Everybody up here like there's space.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is now 7:03 p.m. We'll go ahead and start this meeting. The Board of Aldermen of the City of Brookshire will conduct a regular meeting on Thursday, August the 17th, 2023 at 7 o'clock p.m. in council chambers of the Brookshire Municipal Building located at 4029. Before we get started, I would like to do a prayer and a pledge. Mr. McAnally, since you've been gone, we missed you so much. How about you?
I would love to. Our most gracious Father, which art in heaven, we humbly bow before thee at this time and offer our thanks for the blessings we have received. We're grateful for this country we live in and for the freedom we enjoy. We're grateful for this city and for all the rights and privileges we have here. We're grateful for the opportunity we have to serve our fellow citizens. Father, we ask this day that thy Spirit be present to guide and direct our efforts, that we might know the things that we can best do to serve all of our community. We ask that thy Spirit grant here peace and harmony, that we might move forward in a productive way in all that we do. And this we pray in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Miss Molina, could you call us to order, please? Do the roll call.
Alderman Norndorf,
Present?
Alderman Taylor,
Present.
Alderman McNally,
Present.
Mayor Branch,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Hill,
Present.
Alderman Branch.
Here.
Okay. Next agenda item is number 3, public comments. We have one person to sign in tonight, and that is Ms. Shawn Johnson.
I'm Shawn Johnson. I recently purchased what y'all know as the Cotton Gin. I am revamping it and remodeling it to be Venue 116, and we're working on that. And I've had some difficulty getting straight answers as to what I need for permitting, some issues with my certificate of occupancy and stuff like that. And I'm really here tonight just to see who it is I'm supposed to talk to and introduce myself, and figure out how to get my questions answered. So it's my first meeting. So thank you for having me. But I just want to know who I can talk to answer straight questions about requirements for permitting, because I'm
Erica. And we can both meet with you. We can set up a meeting and both meet with you.
And then you're new as of this week?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yes.
so this is who you were talking about
Yes.
before? Okay. So yes, I need to meet sooner than later,
Sure.
because if I'm
yeah.
gonna ask for a variance, I need to be on the next agenda if there's an
It'll
issue.
probably be next week. We don't even have computers and email yet, so we're kind of operating on bare bones right now.
Mm-hmm.
So next week, if that will work with you, just come meet with us on a time when we can come to you and meet with you.
Okay, that's fine. I just need some guidance and somebody who can answer the questions and, not just put me off to.
Just as a matter of one point of clarification, which is, I don't know what it is that you're looking for permits to do. Sorry, but the other entity you may have to get involved with is the Katy Drainage District, if you're doing anything that involves moving dirt while you're out there.
I am,
Okay.
and so that's one of the questions is who exactly I talked to. I'm just removing the berm that's in the playground area.
Right. So that would be the Katy Drainage District. That doesn't go through us. Just as a point of clarification.
And that's what
Okay.
I'm looking for, is I need to know who to talk to specifically, so that I don't step on any more toes. I've already had too many visits from your office on site, with police officers present. That was not fun. So I just want to make sure I don't step on anybody else's toes. So I want to meet with you, but I do need the contact for the drainage district so that I
And we should be able to-
get that.
we can provide that to you as
Okay,
well. Yeah.
that's all I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next agenda item, number 4, consent items. The following items are considered routine by the city council and will be enacted on by one motion. there will not be a separate discussion on these items unless a council member requests, in which event the item will be removed and discussed separately. So the first item we
You
have,
don't have to go through them individually.
Yeah, you don't have to go through them individually, so if anybody has any questions on an item and they wanna pull it for discussion, just say, I like to pull item whatever, we'll pull it and discuss it, and then we'll go to a motion to approve all consent items.
Do we need to pull H or I for any reason?
I was thinking J.
I'm sorry, which ones were those?
H and
Excuse me,
I.
no, H was the only one I was concerned about.
Accepting the certified taxable values for Waller County Appraisal District.
I can get that next, yes.
Okay, so we need to pull that one.
So H is gonna be removed?
We'll pull it and we'll discuss it before we vote.
Yeah, if you want to
I'd
pull
like
it and discuss it individually, or if
to
not,
know
then we can
about
do a consent.
J.
agenda,
That's
please,
what I'm
approve them
asking.
all in one swoop.
The software that they was trying to change to this one.
Yeah.
B.
Did you have any you wanted to,
Yeah, B, if that's the changing of the software or whatever.
okay, perfect.
On D, do we have an exact date, rather than closer to October 7th?
It's supposed to be October 7th.
October 7th,
Yes.
okay.
I just put that on there, but you can, if you want to change the date, that's fine. But I just said that because after, the first thing was Labor Day. It was like after Labor Day they cut it. So I just gave
No,
it.
that's fine, I just wanted to get an actual date.
okay, any more? We're taking a vote.
This is new to us. Might y'all want to?
So I make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of B, H, and J.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Abstain.
Okay, motion carries.
Or B.
Hmm?
Or B.
Ms. Taylor had a question about agenda item
And,
4B.
What's your
Item
question?
B is entered
What's
into
the
a
question about?
contract for Fund View software.
What was the, that's for what, what's the software for? What's the change of the software for?
We'll give a
So-
clearer definition than I can.
So currently we use Encode, and so Encode is what manages our municipal courts and all of our finances. There's several companies out there. Encode just has a very unique process of how they record and store data. If you've walked through City Hall, you'll see we have tons of paper because Encode only doesn't allow you to save it to a cloud type service. So we're going to FundView for several different reasons. One, it's a lot more user friendly. It allows us to not only share within the software, print out normal PDFs, we don't have to order special paper, but it also allows it to save on the cloud, which is a lot more accessible for our auditor, internal staff. The mayor can log in through a designated login and access all the information he wants to. But one of the neat features is that it has several different compartmentalized units to it. So for instance, PD. If we go to handheld ticket writers, every time a ticket is written, that ticket is automatically sent over to municipal courts. It sits in the municipal courts module until they process that ticket, and when that ticket is processed and paid, that financial transaction and the closeout of the ticket automatically goes to the financial module and funds you, and it records it in the general ledger. So it's a very seamless, accountable process. It does not have the ability for anybody to go in and manipulate it or tamper it, and it reflects inclusively within the entire software system. So it covers PD, code enforcement, financials, general ledger, cash receiving, which cash receiving is, payments that come in, permitting, human resources. So it's pretty much, it's an all-encompassing system versus something that's just very localized to what we are using. I think one of the struggles has been is that if the mayor wants to log in and look at year-to-date financials or look at a budget, he doesn't have that ability to with Encode. With FundView, he can have specific access to be able to log in and look at that information at any time from a cloud, I mean, if he's at home, he can log in through the cloud and look at it that way.
Okay.
I've used both of these softwares, and I would say using Encode is kind of like using Microsoft Notes, and using FundView is kind of like using Office 365. So, I mean, you're talking about a major difference in the usability of them both.
What about like if the
And-
call is
And
crash or
would it
something
be
like
safe
that?
to say that we would no longer have indiscretions as far as we've had in the past where people's paid tickets, but it didn't get recorded correctly, so therefore that went to warrant, so this should prevent
Correct.
that,
And it
correct?
has, I will say the municipal courts module has some really great features that are very customer service friendly. So they have a module where the actual end user can log in and pay their ticket ahead of time, before coming to court. If they have the option to select if they are coming to court, and if they do, when that ticket is input and processed, there's no room for error between the ticket being paid and that being transacted into the general ledger. And I think that's where you're talking about there had been some discrepancy. No, you cannot go in and manipulate that system. It is, the modules are cohesive and talk to each other. And it was designed like that for a reason.
Not really manipulating the system, I just wanna make sure that we don't make the mistake again that
Yes.
somebody goes to warrant
And I
that
will say,
actually
right, and I
paid.
will say that the great thing about FundView is FundView was created by one of the top executives from Encode. He's an accountant, his wife is a CPA, and they specifically designated, a lot of these features based on their experience working in government, working for Encode, and knowing the auditing standards for municipal government. So, I won't say that you can't make a mistake in Encode. I mean, everybody has human error. I mean, in FundView, everybody has human error. However, it doesn't allow you to make mistakes that will affect your general ledger. So journal entries, if you put in a journal entry that is incorrect and it doesn't reflect the right account or the right fund, it will prompt you and won't let you process that transaction until it's corrected.
So we have the payment group that you can call in. Will this alleviate that?
This, what do you mean calling?
Credit card processing.
Yes, it will have,
They
yes,
have
it
their
has
own
its own
module.
processor with
So
it.
we'll no longer
Correct.
need that service, okay.
And I will say that this is on an annual basis, it's a significant subscription savings.
Big time.
Yeah, I apologize, I was not here last meeting if you guys discussed this, but have we done a fiscal study to see what the difference will be between Encode and FundView at this point?
Looks like about a fourth of what we're paying with all the other softwares that we've recently added combined.
So it's a 75% savings for the city.
And I think one of the advantages that makes that pricing model the way it is because it's cloud-based. So
Mhm.
FundView is located in Lubbock. They have an actual cloud warehouse in Dallas that is specifically just used for FundView. One of the things that I really like as a FundView user is they have great customer service. So if I'm doing something, I can call in, they remote into my computer, and they can walk me through it. They have
Like I said,
great-
I've used both, and
Yeah.
I've sat on the phone waiting for an Encode representative for 3 days, and so I know. Yeah.
Any further?
What was the next one?
Well, I think we have to vote on each
Vote on
one.
this one now?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I move that we approve 4B, which is to enter a contract with FundView.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Abstain.
You what?
Abstain.
And? Okay, motion carries. Let's move to the next one, which is, we're gonna go straight down the line.
To 4H.
Oh. Accepting the certified taxable values from Waller County Appraisal District.
So, we received the certified values, and this year, the total 2023 certified approved taxable value for the city of Brookshire is $899,543,938. So that is roughly last year's value was 656,592,150. So we had a significant increase this year.
What's driving that increase?
I think
Over
commercial
200 million.
development.
Commercial development?
Yeah, I've inquired with the tax office to get a more in-depth clarification on what that is, just for our purposes, but that's what the best I could tell, it was a lot of commercial. We had some new,
And that's only of our taxable area.
within the city limits, yes.
Alderman Hill, did you have a concern about that? Is that what you wanted to follow it?
Just that everybody was aware.
Okay.
That was not a concern, just for general awareness, because I don't think a document was in our packet.
Can you repeat
Specific.
last year's value again? 652 million.
It was 656,
Oh, 656.
592, 150, and I will have a 23-24 tax snapshot sent to you guys hopefully by tomorrow. Our computers won't be ready by tomorrow. I tried to do it on Google Docs and it was not working well. So when I get my computer tomorrow, I'll put all this information in a snapshot record and send it to you so you can have it, and you'll see the no new revenue rate, the voter approval rate, and the certified values.
Okay.
I move we accept item 4H as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No? Okay, motion carries. And then, J, approve emergency services contract with Garner Services.
So in your packet, you'll see a prelim contract. This Garner Services is an emergency response disaster management company. Just to start off the conversation, it costs the city $0 to enter into a contract. What this does do is put us on a priority level in terms of emergency management. They cover everything from fuel services to mobile laundromats, pumps, hoses, lights, portable restrooms, anything that you could possibly need during, a declared disaster. The thing that, is very valuable about Garner Services is that all of their prices are fixed on official federally approved FEMA pricing. So if we go into another Hurricane Harvey and it's a declared disaster, obviously a lot of those expenses that we're using for, disaster recovery will be reimbursed at the FEMA rate. So we don't have to worry about companies that are price gouging for these items. They're already federally bid. They're bid every 3 years. Garner bids them with FEMA to get those updated prices. So we know that the prices that they're charging us are the exact reimbursable amount that we'll get from FEMA, so we won't be out any money.
Your microphone where everybody that's online can hear. The reason that I asked this question was there's been, and y'all are new, there's been a lot of questions that we don't have a fire department. And I would like to go on record that in 2011, the citizens of Brookshire voted to join the ESD District 200. We have a fire department down the road on 359. It's not a volunteer fire department. It is certified firefighters as well as certified paramedics in the ambulance. If that fire department is tied up on another fire, Patterson, Katy, anybody with the Emergency District 200 is going to step in. So we're more covered with fire and ambulance services than we were in the past. So the story that we do not have a fire department is false. And that's the reason that I asked that.
And I will clarify that Garner Services doesn't just cover hurricanes, they cover all types of disasters. They also offer auxiliary services where they will come in and they will actually offer the accredited FEMA and NIMS training courses to whoever we designate is gonna be a part of our emergency management team. They do, they've worked a lot of oil spills, it's anything that covers hazmat, natural weather emergencies. They cover a realm of different types of services.
I make a motion that we accept the services contract with Garner Services.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. We're going to agenda item number 5. Presentation by Kay Fries.
Freezy, I believe is the way it's
Easy or
pronounced.
Fries? What is that?
Mayor, that's the engineering company that you met with a couple of 3 weeks ago. I'm
Okay,
not sure that,
I just wanted to pronounce it right.
I'm not sure that they were notified that they were on this agenda. I would like to ask that this be tabled and them be given another opportunity at the next city council meeting. And I will help get that number for y'all. And that's my motion, that it's tabled.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries to be tabled till next agenda item. Agenda item number 6, discussion and consider Granicus meeting software,
Granicus.
Granicus.
Oh, boy. Who's leading this?
Well, Ms.
So
Lee.
Granicus software, meeting and agenda software, it kind of allows you to streamline building your agendas. It makes everything very consistent, kind of takes out clerical errors, those kinds of things. It allows us to give council mayor access to submit your items directly to the system, and it'll put in reminders to make that note for the agenda. You can do it for futures too, so if you know there's something you want to put on the agenda a few months down the road, you can do that. Like anything that's a recurring thing, we can go ahead and schedule it out. It allows you to track the minutes automatically. I'll have my computer and I can do it here like as we're going, so the next day I can review and generate the minutes. It's they post onto the website. Everything is searchable by keywords. It attaches the documents into those files automatically from that software, so you don't have to put additional documents online. It all publishes from my cloud. So it's very efficient.
Does it have a project management tracking where someone gets assigned something at the meeting?
It does. There's a dashboard when you open it up, and it'll tell you how many things have been approved so far, like if the mayor needs to approve it and that it's waiting for him, and I can send a reminder, I can call him to say, hey, I need that approved. If we're waiting on documentation, if it's something that one of you have, submitted and I haven't gotten it, it'll remind you. It won't clear it until everything's been accepted and those boxes have been checked.
Can we set a date for how many items on the agenda on that too?
I'm sorry?
The items on the agenda,
What about it?
like the quantity, we have like 23, 26.
Oh,
I
like kind
can't
of
hear
limit?
what she's
I
saying.
can't hear
The
anything she's
limit.
saying.
There's not a limit. Is that what you're,
No, I'm asking.
Can
we
she say,
get a
can we
limit?
set a limit so that we don't have a?
I mean, we can, you bet. I mean, if you wanted to, you could, but.
I think a lot of this that they're proposing is going to streamline it like the new
Consent agenda.
consent items.
Right.
It's to make the meeting run more efficiently and to have everything ready to go. So, and the other thing is too, is like if an item is on here and I don't have the supportive documentation, I'm not gonna publish that item on that agenda. We're not gonna put items on that aren't completed. And we'll just hold that over to the next meeting, and I can just move that to the next meeting. So it makes it a lot more efficient, a lot more time friendly.
So since this is an action item,
Let's discuss and consider.
So are we ready for it? Do we want a motion to move forward with this?
Yep.
I move that we proceed with purchasing the Granicus meeting software.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
You have to ask for opposed.
Oh, there wasn't no opposed.
Okay.
No.
Agenda item number 7, discuss and consider City Hall renovations in the amount of $44,780 to be paid from hotel motel.
So one correction on this first one, the agenda item should have read, on this one, convention center to be paid from hotel motel. So that's the only correction on that one.
Say that one more time, please.
Should read convention center instead of city hall on the first one.
Okay.
To be paid
Oh,
from
7
hotel
is
motel.
for convention center.
Correct. And then number 8 will still be city hall.
I make a motion that we approve $44,780 to be paid from hotel motel for the renovation of the convention center.
Do we have $44,780 in hotel motel funds at this point?
We do.
He said he wasn't here, but it was more.
Now, second.
I don't think that it would have made the agenda if we didn't, but that's just my opinion.
Hey, I've seen invoices come in that we didn't have money to pay for, so I don't take anything for granted anymore.
Okay.
I'll second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. Motion carries. We go to agenda item number 8, discuss and consider City Hall renovations in the amount of $44,797 to be paid from the general fund.
I think the amount was supposed to be $42,367. Is that correct?
Fine.
Or was that with the option of the larger office, the 24? Okay, you're correct then. Just so the rest of council is aware, obviously, if you've been in the back, you kind of know our space limitations. So we need to build an additional office for the city secretary. So city administrator, city secretary have an office. But we also have some issue with, like, the tile in the break room is that real slick tile that we just got rid of in the convention center. The new carpet that was installed under the previous mayor is buckling all over the place. It's a wonder we haven't had a trip
Trip and
issue.
fall, yeah.
So we'll vote on this here in a minute, but I do want to make y'all aware there's probably going to be another invoice that comes down the road because we discovered a pretty significant leak day before yesterday, which required some of the carpets are to be pulled up, the floor tile out of the break room to be pulled up. There's going to be some AC repairs that have to be done in this back utility room, and the kitchen cabinets, especially the bottom ones, are going to have to be tore out because water's been sitting there and soaking up for a while. So there'll be at least one more invoice that is going to come forward on this.
Will Venus Construction give us a deal if we roll that into one continuous project for them?
I think she said she'll smile really big at you.
I make a motion that we accept $44,797 to be paid from the general fund for renovations to City Hall.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We're moving on to agenda item number 9, purchasing tables and chairs for the convention center.
Mayor Branch, I'd like to ask that this be held over to the next table to the next meeting. We need to do a little homework on tables and chairs and find our capacity that's needed, so I'm asking that this be moved to the next meeting, please.
He never got back with you for the capacity of the building here?
Not yet, we haven't got it.
We haven't
Well,
got the fire marshal out yet?
I'm taking care of that. I got with Bureau Veritas. I got them the floor plan and the square footage, so they should have that back to me like tomorrow.
Okay.
So,
And then once we get the capacity, we're gonna do a final count of how many tables and chairs we have right now, and then how many more we need to get to meet that capacity. And then we'll start getting pricing on what that looks. So when we bring it back next month, we'll have a clearer picture of how much it's gonna cost, how many we need to get.
Ms. Ward, do you think that next city council meeting would be too soon, or you think that we would? No? Okay. Then my motion
I'd rather us know how many we need than
Sure.
to just.
But we can do that before the next meeting. We can
Okay,
get that
I
done.
just didn't want to make it too short of a time period. Okay, not a problem.
Any further discussion?
Well, you know.
We're tabling it.
I know, but I was just.
Second.
We're voting on it?
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry, ma'am.
All in favor?
Aye.
That motion carries. Agenda item number 10, adopting ordinance 23-719-15, restricting feather flags and similar banners, signs.
Is that the technical name?
That's what I was laughing.
I mean, it's, so if you look, so this is the rest of the councilman, they're called feather flags, it's the ones that have the administrative.
Curve.
All kinds of names in there, but at your request, with that, we added the definition that includes that specific name, anything associated with that. We had, the council updated its, development standards at this time last year. And part of that was some more restrictive sign regulations. These specifically weren't included in that, but were somewhat mentioned, so that's why this is essentially a minor amendment to your code, just to be clear that those are there. Again, any kind of what they call portable or temporary signs, that's gonna be included in that. Those are not allowed, and there's a few exceptions, but they're very minor. So essentially it was already in your code, this is just a clarification that those particular ones aren't gonna be allowed unless they fall into one of those exceptions.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept ordinance 23-719-15, restricting feather flags and similar banner signs.
Has there been an issue with these types
Yes,
of
it
flags?
has, Mr. McAnally, to answer your question, people leave them up there, they're sunburnt and torn, sometimes just the pole and a half a little string of the flag is still left, and it just makes the city look not very appealing.
I'll second the motion, but I do have a question before we proceed to voting. So like you said, I guess we had updated our ordinances, Mr. Pruitt, last year to be more restrictive with it. And I was reading through the proposed changes, and there was already some verbiage that addressed temporary signage. So I guess, as it reads right now, temporary signage would include any kind of banner, a feather flag. I mean, obviously, if you have a business that's open, you're going to put like now open, but is there a time limit restricted to when a business could have like a now open or grand opening banner, and then that has to be removed?
Yes, so again, I didn't change any of these things, this was already in your code.
Sure.
The temporary, so this is what it says, the temporary or portable signs, which now include feather signs, are prohibited in any business developments, which is essentially anything in a non-residential use, except for, this is where the exception is, except for a new tenant in an integrated business development, they place a portable sign on the premises of that development for a period not to exceed the first 10 days of the tenant's business. And then there's restrictions on the size of that sign, can't be more than 32 square feet and a height of 10 feet. And then a permit is required for those kind of temporary uses. So even for the temporary exception, that you kind of get that permit for.
Thank you. I just wanted that clarified in public.
And those little signs that appear all over the place, that garage sale or there, come under that
Yep.
too, because people feel free to put them down, but they forget to come pick them back up.
It wouldn't
Like
be
the vendor market?
It doesn't affect political signs, you can't.
No, you can't regulate those. But I know that there's a new business that's popped up. They're just outside of the city limits, but they're advertising inside the city limits.
So they require, anything inside the city limits require.
Okay. Thank you.
All in favor?
Four.
Aye.
Aye. 4.
Okay. Motion carries. Let's move to 11. Adopting ordinance number 23-720-15. Providing regulations for shipping containers and storage containers in the city.
Again, this is a request of Alderman Taylor and Branch about storage shipping containers. And, right now, there's only regulation you have on those is that, assuming it says shipping container, you have to get a permit to get that thing inside the city or move it around the city. And then it falls under a typical structure. From here, what we're doing is not paying them, but requiring that if you're gonna move a shipping container or a storage container within the city, you're using it for anything other than temporary residential storage, we talk about that, like the pods kind of thing. You're allowed to do that, but anything other than that, you gotta get a permit, and then you gotta council approval. So essentially, come to council, present your plan, what you're gonna use the thing for, and then as soon as that gets granted, then you get a permit for it. Permit fee will be on a master fee schedule held by the city secretary, and, that's gonna be decided through the budget process, but essentially what that means is for any kind of storage, anything like that, you gotta have an inventory.
If someone wanted to use one of those to build housing, would this be an additional permit required to the building permits that they would be required to get?
Unless the council decided to waive the fee for that or something. So
Yeah, they'd have
at
to
this
apply
point,
for
because
variance.
it's so new and regulating that, I think this kind of structure is good for now.
There's some that are already being used for housing. Mm-hmm.
Because the problem is that we have a statewide prohibition against building materials. You can't regulate building materials, even if it's like an average building code allows a certain material to be used. And storage containers used to not be mentioned at all, but because they've become popular for reuse, the newest, I think it's 2018 IBC, which you have, has a section regarding shipping containers and how to use them. And so then they really can't ban them. So, but we can still put minor regulations on it just to, again, so you can see what they're going to be used for and you can track it. If there's, like I know that there's a couple, like Ms. Taylor said, there's a couple properties that have 8 to 12,
Mhm.
and that they need to get a moving permit to do it. So we should be able to at least track those and make sure we know what's going on, and so we don't have any nuisance happening.
So I noticed the penalty is $2,000. Is that per day or an aggregate?
Per day, so when you're talking about penalties for land use type issues, those can be up to $2,000 per day per issue. So like the shipping container issue there,
It would be per container,
yeah, per
per
container.
day.
Okay, let's get them.
Is there some clarity that needs to be written into that? Because to me, I just read it as $2,000 in aggregate.
I don't think so. It's.
In the recital,
in
in the
section
top
1 and
recital,
13.
it says, not to exceed $2,000 per day.
Okay, I didn't.
It's in the top part.
In the top part, yeah.
Okay, I was looking in the body.
Also, it's already in your code, section 113. and it goes
Okay,
to the
perfect.
section, that's what that comes from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was looking at section 11, I think. So, section 4 or 5.
So with the exception though, I mean, I know that you said that the most recent state legislature, we can't ban them for building material use, but we can at least, we could potentially have facade requirements or something like that.
That's what you can't do.
No, you can't do that.
So even say we're not talking about shipping containers, we're talking about like shiplap or brick. Brick is the most common.
Yep.
You even have in your code now, it's overruled by the state law that was passed a couple sessions ago, that, real common to have, no new residential construction can have more than, or less than like 50% brick or something like that. Those particular type of regulations are overruled, and you can't do that because brick is one of many types of building materials, you can't regulate it. So no facade requirements, something like that. That's where this is kind of an odd thing.
Yep.
Shipping containers now being used if you consider building material, you can't regulate it.
So really, we're just looking at people who are moving them in and out or using them without getting permits.
And this is, so you're not banning them, all you're doing is requiring it, you're recognizing it as a separate kind of use.
Uh-huh.
And then you're not outlawing the law, you're just doing recording to present to you, and then the permit fee for whatever the use is.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
I move that we adopt ordinance 23-720-15 as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Agenda item number 12, purchasing a vehicle for code enforcement purposes.
We recently hired a code enforcement officer. Part of the conditions of hiring him, we had promised to have a vehicle for his use to go out and do code enforcement. There was a vehicle at PD that we had discussed, but evidently due to the purchase type, we cannot transfer it.
We cannot transfer it.
Cannot transfer it, or without going through a cumbersome process. And at this point, we need to allow him to get in the field. What I'd like to look at us doing, I've got a vehicle that Brookshire Hyundai, a Ford F-150 truck that they could sell us, but it may almost be better to ask for a budgeted amount, allow you to kind of add some items. What I think needs to happen is we need an allowance for the vehicle. He's gonna need a laptop stand for that to be in there, and then we need to do some sort of badging to it so it's clear and
Wrapping.
obvious what it is before it goes out there. I feel like all that should be done for about 24,000. Should be a plenty of amount to get that done.
You know, at one time, Alderman, Mayor Pro Tem Hill, we talked about putting GPS on, police and public works vehicles. Do you think that we could
Yes.
start with
Yep.
that one?
The FirstNet service that we've been working with does offer a SIM card that can be put into those vehicles for that purpose.
For safety reasons?
Well, I agree. So that would be my motion, is to allow for a budget of 24,000, allow the city administrator to procure a vehicle and ancillary items for
Well-
this purpose.
Could I ask one other question? Fuel for that vehicle, how are we
can
proposing?
set him up, we can set him up on I can get with Clyde on fuel through PD, but we can expense it departmentally. We can work that out.
Okay.
Yeah.
What, we,
What it needs to do is just, he needs to log down every gallon of gas, wind, and whatever.
there's been,
Yes. Mm-hmm. We're
you know
working
where
on
I'm going now.
Yes, and we're working on a login system, so.
And just because this has been a concern with police vehicles, this is going to be a take-home vehicle,
Mm,
No.
Mm-mm.
so it will be parked at Public Works.
No, it'll probably be parked here at City Hall, and to be quite honest, when we identify it, we can look at different ways to identify the vehicle with wrapping. I mean, it will clearly be identified as a city vehicle, but in the event that, let's say, you're going to an out-of-town meeting and he doesn't need it, like it's over the weekend or something, we can still use that vehicle for multi-purposes, with it being out of administration.
Okay, and that's my motion.
I would second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Agenda item number 13, purchasing of 2 vehicles by the police department.
Council, we spoke on the last agenda about the vehicles, and they all,
Identify yourself.
sorry, Chief Miller.
so we spoke last meeting about the vehicles, and they only white right now, and we really want black, and so we still on a hold up on that. They kind of made it, they was very adamant about they can't get black ones right now. And so we kind of stuck with trying to figure out, do we hold up or do we just go ahead and get the whites? Because he said they can get whites, but just no blacks.
So we actually had a discussion about this afternoon, about trying to unify our fleet inventory so that everything is uniform, color, graphics, everything. One thing that I did recommend is that if we do have immediate availability to the white, we can go ahead and if council sees fit, we can agree to the white, and then we have some other vehicles that we would need to retrofit color-wise, and we could do, a coordinated city-branded graphic wrap on them so that everything looks the same.
Okay.
Because we really don't know what the time frame is gonna be
He
on
said,
being
he
able to
said,
acquire.
he said 6 months is what he told me.
And how much does graphic wrap, just
Well,
for me being
It,
there?
it really ranges. I mean, it's,
Depends
I
on
mean,
the
it
complexity
really-
of your wrapping,
Yeah.
but
Do what?
depends on the complexity of the graphics on the wrapping, but it's not.
And in some cases,
Astronomical.
you can just do a solid vehicle wrap and a solid color with
Mhm.
just a simple graphic. We're not talking about crazy
No
pictures.
handcuffs
Right.
with the police.
Well,
I mean, if you want,
It
yeah.
could be.
We could do it,
Anywhere
uh,
from $2,000 to $5,000 is probably a
I was
reasonable
gonna
number.
say, I think the most expensive ones I've seen were 6,000,
vehicle.
but that was fully graphic
Right.
design.
That answers
And
that
I mean,
question.
given the nature of just vehicle inventory right now and being able to uniform what our fleet looks like, that's the most viable option.
And so what kind of vehicles are we talking about?
They're
Tahoes.
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 Yep.
And it's already in the budget,
Yes.
Yep.
so.
So.
I move
that's-
that we authorize the police chief to enter into a contract to purchase 2 Tahoes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ah, sorry. There.
Motion carries. Or passes, whichever way. Okay, agenda item number 14, determination of surplus equipment of the police department, including vehicles, the sale, auction, or disposal of equipment.
So, last time we spoke about Swico. Swico, that's the company that we are using to do the auction, and that's what we're still gonna use them. We do have another vehicle I wanted to bring up to you guys. Shop 122. We are dumping a bunch of money in this shop. I don't want to spend no more money on that shop either. It's one of the older gray Tahoes.
Is that the one that's in our packet of invoices today?
It may have. I haven't seen the invoices today.
It was like
But-
$4,000.
Yes, but how much?
It was definitely in excess of 2,000,
Yeah,
but it was like
it's a lot of money,
$4,000.
So I just want to come before you guys to say that that's another vehicle that we need to
So we have
cut out
five,
ties.
we have 5 on the list to be
Yes.
sold at auction. So on your list, we have unit 112, 115, 117, 122, and 123.
Yes,
So why are we keeping unit 116?
126 just got a
No,
great job.
116.
116.
It's
That's
a
the white-
2014 Ford Explorer.
That you
white.
say is not in good shape.
Yes, that was going to Swico. We was going.
That's not on this list. So 116 needs to be
Yeah.
added, so we now have 6.
This need front end work and
Which one is that?
The
that's
white
the,
Explorer.
the white Ford Explorer. It's when you hit bumps, everything's just shaking down. It's,
What about 119? It says we're doing excessive spending on the upkeep for that vehicle. Is it something we need to keep in the inventory?
which one?
119,
I don't have that in.
silver Chevy Tahoe.
Yes, we got to talk, I believe that's the one that's smoking real bad. And it's probably head work.
So why would we keep that one
Can
in the
we
inventory?
can we sell that one?
No, I didn't want to spend no more money on it. We already dumped a lot of money on
They're
it.
asking
know, but
you,
we're looking
can
at
you
the-
sell it?
Oh, yeah, we're going.
We're currently looking at the list, and so we're asking,
Unless someone want,
On
unless
the
someone
list
want to,
for-
unless
it's
someone
not
want to
on
buy
the
it.
list for sale.
Right, well, unless someone wants to buy a smoking Tahoe, yeah, we can sell it.
I think the point though is that we're looking at the list to determine which ones we're going to place on auction, and it's not currently listed as one to be auctioned, but it has notes saying that there's excessive problems, so we're asking,
Yes, so,
Should it be added to the
should it be
list?
added to the list?
yes.
So we have another one on here is 129, which is a 21 Chevy Tahoe black, and it says currently in shop, possible fuel injector module.
A black 129.
Do you need the
One of the
list?
new
It's
2021s.
a 2021?
There you go.
Have you not seen this?
Yeah, I don't have that list in front of me.
There you go.
Here.
It was on your phone last city council meeting, wasn't it?
I also have a question about 124,
All right.
which says it doesn't run.
So we actually had a conversation about that today, the mayor and Jeremiah and I. Before we completely
Okay.
decommission that to auction, we're actually gonna have that looked at. It's a 4-door vehicle. And as you know, there are several of us that are going to TML in a couple of weeks. And we don't have, City Hall doesn't have different various vehicles for councilmen to travel in. So we were gonna look at that to figure out what the issue is. We were told that the issue was not a major issue, that it was a fix that would be affordable, that would add some longevity to the vehicle. If that is the case, then we would keep that vehicle and transfer it to City Hall to be a transportation vehicle for staff, for council. If we do get into it and realize that the expenditures are beyond what we feel like the life of the vehicle are, then we'll decommission it.
That's a state seizure that was awarded to the PD. Is that transferable?
It should be, yes. As long as it's within city use, if it's a seizure.
See, we was told,
So
Forfeiture,
Forfeiture.
you cannot, seizure, you can.
okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
A little bit different,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh, okay, that's the difference.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you, I
Forfeiture
was
and
with you, I was
seizure,
seeing
yeah.
that too, and I was thinking the same thing, Kim.
Yes.
Sorry, Alderman
So
Grant.
council, the 129, y'all was speaking of, that 2021, the fuel pump, the margin on the fuel pump went out, and they waiting on that part to come in. That's the problem with that truck. That truck is good.
Okay, so what I have so far, just so council, if you have this list in front of you, I have 112,
Mm-hmm,
115,
mm-hmm,
116, 117, 119, 122, and 123.
mm-hmm.
So that's 7 vehicles.
How many Tahoes does that leave us with?
That leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 8. So we
8,
would
yeah,
have, with the
purchasing 2.
purchase of the new 2, we would have 10 total Tahoes in the fleet with
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
3 existing vehicles and the 2 new vehicles for a total of 5 that would need the black wrapping.
Or whatever.
Or whatever we go with, correct.
One more time, tell me how many total with the 2 new ones
10.
that he's gonna
10.
purchase.
10, we would have 10 Tahoes,
But we're short on vehicles.
The goal would be
Is-
if we can get rid of all the gray ones, period, because we bought them used, and just over the years, all the mileage and all, just all the money that has
Well,
been
the
spent. Huh?
ones that's sitting back there by that back fence, they gotta go.
Yes, sir.
There's no
Uh-huh.
choice.
Chief Miller, what about the 125, the 2018 Ram pickup?
That's Captain's truck.
Okay, perfect.
Justin, what are the, Mr. Pruitt, I apologize. What are the parameters for using forfeiture funds to do the wraps? Is that permissible?
Probably. So a couple things I would usually look at whatever kind of contract you have with the county or the state, get those, and if it's broad enough to say for, police enforcement, something like that, law enforcement, all the tickets, the vehicle. That's where the prohibition would be, if it goes from, like, a code enforcement.
Right.
Not its own police department,
Okay.
position, since that's not in, like, with law enforcement, or whatever, that part of it, but inside the police department, I would assume that it'd be fine just to upgrade the vehicle.
So in theory, collectively, we may get around 50,000, just for numbers, which could pay for the wrapping of the entire fleet. Okay.
When would this auction be held?
It's an online auction. It goes on and on. You could go home now and buy vehicles off of the auction.
You can buy a bus.
So
I would.
So
could the motion have a contingency that within 7 days these vehicles are listed?
Yes, 12 hours.
Okay,
No.
that would be my motion, is that we authorize these vehicles as listed, 112, 115, 116, 117, 119, 122, and 123, with a directive to have them listed within 7 business days.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
12.
Okay, motion carries.
Which second did you take, Mr. Mayor? Which second did you take, Mr. McAnally?
I didn't take any second.
No, I'm pointing at her.
Oh, I was just taking note. Okay, thank you.
Didn't you second it? It was you?
It was between
It was them
me and
doing
Miss Neuendorf.
Ah,
No,
okay.
and he
Can
did
feel-
too.
I'm, yeah.
He did.
Everybody
It was
everybody
it was
seconded
actually
it,
him,
so.
but you thought it was me.
Whose would you like to take?
Well, I heard you just because you're right.
Exactly.
Okay,
That's
that
what I'm
is perfectly
saying. That
fine.
is
My ego is not at all offended if you
He
don't take
heard
my
that
second.
too.
Okay. Agenda item number 15, thank you, Chief. Agenda item number 15, approving a proposed 2023 tax rate.
So this is for notification purposes only, and we kind of already went over it in the consent agenda, but just to run through the numbers, the 2023 total taxable value is $899,543,938, and that gives the city of Brookshire a no new revenue rate of 0.453493 and a proposed voter approval rate of 0.681341. So I'm making the recommendation that just preliminarily right now for notification purposes that we go with the voter approval rate.
We'll say the rate one more time.
The rate is 0.681341.
What's the current rate?
0.65, almost 0.66. So for notification purposes, you can,
Oh,
we
I'm
just,
sorry, you said notification.
yes, we
We
notify,
could,
yes.
we could go down.
Correct, yes. So it's recommended that we go with the voter approval rate because at a later date, if we do want to bump that down some, we can. I will tell you that going through the budget from last year, the numbers were not correct.
Yep.
So we truly don't know if we were able to operate with the appropriate tax rate that we had last year based on the numbers that were submitted for the budget. The collected ad valorem rate was about $1 million off.
Oh my God.
And I think that is because there was kind of a last minute copy and paste, trying to get that budget approved. So that's why it's my recommendation, just in the preliminary work that I've done, is that we go with the voter approval rate to give us some time, which will be just a few weeks before we go over the proposed and approved budget, to make sure that we comfortably can live within those parameters.
Sounds good.
But for notification
Yes,
purposes
for notification,
only.
correct.
Because there's citizens sitting at
Correct.
home right now
Freaking out.
gasping.
Sure, absolutely.
Any further discussion?
Mayor, just so you're clear, there's gotta be a record vote, so you have to do it.
Personal.
I make a motion that we approve a proposed 2023 tax rate of
.681341.
1341 for notification purposes only.
Second.
Ms. Taylor,
4.
Mr. McAnally,
4.
Mr. Hill, and Ms. Branch.
4.
Okay. Motion carries. Agenda item number 16, invoice payments and reports.
I was going through this today, and admittedly, I'm somewhat jet lagged, but I am still confused as to how we are determining what becomes a prepaid invoice and what we are going to approve in council, because it seems like things flop back and forth between these two categories, and
That is fair. That's very fair. And we've had at-length discussions with the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem this week. I think you will see the purchasing policy act truly go into effect the way it should be now that we are here. So typically the way that it works is there are administrative purchases that can be approved up to a certain amount, and if it exceeds that amount, then those purchases come to council for council's approval. Typically that number is $5,000. So anything under $5,000 administratively we can approve. I will say there has been really no protocol on purchasing, and as you go through, you will see there are many invoices in here where we're paying sales tax.
Yeah, I have them all listed.
So that's one thing that we have kind of been combing through, is going through a lot of these invoices. What are routine? What are auto draft? What does that look like? Again, with the FundView software system, it will allow us to set it up. It's a signature required so that the different departments, if PD has particular purchases, they can input those purchases in, they come over to administration, we approve those, and then the payments are paid out according to, basically a PO system. And I think you will see this packet significantly dwindle down. There's no need for council to have to approve an invoice of $7, and I think you'll see there's a lot of just kind of miscellaneous. So that is one thing that we're working on, is really kind of tightening up that purchasing policy and really taking on the administrative side of it versus what council, needs to be dealing with.
Well, I'm gonna tell you,
So that's one.
nobody's paying attention to the policy, period.
Right.
I know that there
That's why we
was a
asked.
laptop that was bought this
We-
week
Because of that.
that nobody has any earthly idea who okayed it. I can tell you, I've asked the mayor, he did not okay it. I know that it didn't come before council. And, our policy was even the mayor couldn't spend more than $250 without council's approval, which I think is
Right.
a little wrong, but hey, that's what we voted
Sure.
for, so that's what we ran with. But there is departments that's running their own agendas here, and it has to stop.
Right. That's a very fair statement, and I don't disagree with you. And I think that's one of the
There's
things.
people that's okaying invoices, are being put in charge of stuff that's, and
Right.
I'm not a very
So I can tell you
advocate.
that there are several accounts that I have made requests for access to many of these accounts, these purchasing accounts. It's still a work in process. We will be changing a lot of the logins and accessibility to a lot of these accounts just for that reason. Based on the ability of people that are not in purchasing capacity, they have been purchasing, and kind of putting a stop to that, so that there is a chain of command in the purchasing procedure.
Well, my problem with it is they do it, and it's too late. They've put the cart before the horse, and it's too late. We can't take it back.
Right.
And somebody ought to be held accountable. And it's not just one department.
Sure.
But just so council's aware, once we go to the new FundView software, we're gonna have more data at our exposure
Correct.
to know where we're at with stuff. I do have to correct you, Ms. Branch, though, on the laptop. I did investigate that. That was given to that individual 2 years ago. It was purchased like 5 years before that.
And it's been sitting where, Mr. Hill?
Evidently, it was sent to PD to do a firmware upgrade this week for the firewall. Carrie
I
Avery did an
stand
upgrade.
corrected.
I promptly checked into that, and it was
Oh,
getting a
I
firewall
was
upgrade.
livid.
So it was not a new purchase, it was existing.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, there was also, and correct me if I was wrong, if I'm wrong, that there was a laptop that says Mayor Branch on it that ain't
That
Mayor
is true.
Branch's.
Well, we actually found 5.
Oh, my.
There was a MacBook Pro discovered in the former city secretary's office, labeled for the mayor.
A MacBook Pro,
That's not even, it's,
that's an expensive laptop.
Of course.
And guess what? I sort of live with Mayor, and I've not seen it on the coffee table where he sits at home, nor have I seen it on his desk here at City Hall. So I'm pretty sure he's never used that Mac Pro.
It was fresh still in the box.
it was fresh still, it's not even set up. Like, the only thing I can do, I was using, because we don't have our computers, the only thing
I
I
know
can
you
do
like
is
your MacBooks. I hate Apple, so.
get on the internet.
I like
That's the only thing I
MacBook.
can do. Like, it's not
Don't
even
spend
set
that
up.
kind of money for it to be a paperweight.
No,
I do want to draw y'all's attention to one invoice for the insurances,
I have a list of items as
Um,
well.
so that y'all are aware. That was for this past year, 2022.
That was not a typo.
That was not a typo.
not
It's
a
just never been
typo.
paid.
Oh, super.
So there will be a new invoice in the next probably couple of meetings.
So we have $250,000 owes.
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
The news, all of it.
I can't even say that. We have $250,000 that's going to be owing to the insurance company within the next 30 days.
Yes.
Correct.
And we're paying on a lot of vehicles the city no longer even owns. And we're not,
19 to be exact.
Excuse me?
and we're not insuring vehicles the city does own.
And equipment. So the past 2 days, we have done a pretty extensive audit of city vehicles, city equipment, city facilities, city implements. When I got that bill, I told the mayor, this is not the complete bill. So typically TML, Risk Pool sends out an audit sheet. You have to send out the audit sheet. I mean, you have to return the audit sheet filled in with your figures based on vehicles, equipment, implements, computer hardware, your computer security, volunteers, staff, and that sheet was missing. So we started to investigate how did they come to these numbers, where was the original audit sheet. Erica got on the phone with them, and they actually were able to come to City Hall and sit down and meet with us. And yes, some of these vehicles we haven't had for 6 years, and we've been paying insurance on them, but we actually have police vehicles that are on the road tonight that are not covered with insurance.
Are we still paying on fire trucks?
We sure are.
7 of them.
7 of them.
And we only have 3.
But we voted like a year ago to discontinue all of this.
But we sold one to
Even
Patterson.
before what we sold, we only had 5. So we're still paying 2 that we didn't have.
It gets worse, so.
I think it's just,
Nightmares.
I know that Mr. Hill and I have only been on council for a little bit over a year. Mr. McNally, you're the newest one here, and it's like the more time that goes on and the more things that we uncover, and it has to do with things that were going on in our office. We find some of these things that are just they're more than just shocking. I mean, I know for myself as a citizen first, I just wonder at what point are we going to be legally allowed to start holding some of these people accountable?
Yeah.
Well, I think we're
like with some silver bracelets, some fines,
Yeah,
like
we have
what
a
is it?
forensic audit that's still pending, right?
So I
But
think,
they don't have the
I mean, just to
information, but
answer
it's
your
the mayor's
question,
fault,
Yeah.
I
just in
think
case
we are
she was
going to
wondering.
discuss some of this in executive
your
session.
fault.
Okay, perfect. Because I'm just,
No, it's a lot of.
I mean, I hear people come in with complaint after complaint after complaint about the water district, or then we uncover different things like this, or we had, we get updates from forensic audit that's ongoing, or things like that, and I'm like, I'm just done. I'm just done with it.
Well,
Yeah, I want to see some legal action start going against some of this. Some of this is just absolute
Astronomical.
malfeasance.
I think
and-
that Ms. Ward asked us to discuss it.
Yes,
Yeah.
we'll
Yeah.
discuss it in executive session.
Absolutely.
I did have one other question, which was for the 3,800 something for the police vehicle, but I think we have resolved that.
Well, I have a list of questions too, and that was one on mine.
Okay, yeah, that's all I have.
There's just a couple of things that I didn't know, and I'm sure y'all are probably looking into it, but just some things that we've continued to receive invoices for, just wondering if things could be cleaned up. Like, we're spending a lot of money on a regular basis to like Ready Refresh or to Quill, or to, we're making multiple purchases on frequent basis rather than having an inventory of what we have and like, let's find out what we actually need. So I just wanted to say that out loud. Concerning to see late charges, and then also we're paying a lot of paper invoice fees as well. Is there a way that we can do a paperless invoice to get rid of? I mean, I know it's $3, but $3 is $3, and you would add that
So
up.
We've actually brought that up.
Okay.
I actually brought it up just looking at, just processes, how we do processes.
yeah.
I was told by an employee that we could only cut checks. Well, that's not true. We will go into more discussion about this in executive session, but, yes, there are ways that, since COVID, one of the benefits to municipalities is they've gotten a lot more friendly with the requirements for ACH and, direct deposit. FundView has a very safe system that links with a bank.
Just bill pay services.
Correct.
Yeah.
But, in a government realm.
Right.
And-
I'm like, I do it
and
with my own bank account.
to be quite honest, that is, I feel like if once we make that migration over, you will not see the late fees. I mean, you have some bills in here that are like
Years late. Yeah.
years late. I mean, there are some bills in here from 2021
Yeah.
that we're just not paying. So, and they're not sizable. They're like $200. So
Why?
why, I don't know, but that is definitely on the list of some of the things that we will address.
I think my question was the same as yours, Mr. McNally. The Lieutenant Avery's vehicle, like there's some expensive repairs.
Yeah.
Like we're replacing rotors. Did the brake pads get so bad that they went down to the rotors? And if so, why wasn't it
Lieutenant
addressed sooner?
Avery's. Hold on,
It
Ms. Neuendorf.
The invoice was listed as Lieutenant Avery's vehicle.
That's who it's built. But yeah.
I'm just going off of what I can read on the
Does
paper.
Lieutenant Avery have a vehicle, Miller?
He has his personal vehicle.
I'm just going off of what's listed on the paper, and it says attention to
Yeah.
Lieutenant Avery. So if it's
Oh.
not the
Oh,
correct,
That means,
That means he gets the,
okay, well, I'm just
Okay.
basing on what I can read on the invoice. Either way, there is a vehicle. The point of it,
That
though,
has
was the fact that
massive
we're replacing rotors at like $400 a piece. Like, did we not address the brake pad issue prior to getting into the rotors? And then it says a complete replacement of like a fuel tank and, I mean, lots. Like, it was almost like the entire front end of the car was
I was
replaced.
wondering
What
if there'd been an
happened?
accident from reading the repair.
we didn't have
That's
the
what I-
insurance.
Like, a lot of the things that were replaced, it was almost like every single little piece of the front end was replaced, and that's what was concerning. I believe it was was it Hugo's invoice?
Yeah,
I have to dig back through. I just made notes as I was going page by
I think
page.
she's got it in front of her there.
Um,
Did he take out the sign up on the corner? Is that what happened?
What are you saying, 4,000?
Is he the one that took out the
if
city of
you
Brookshire
add
sign?
up,
Is that what
if
happened?
you add them all up, it's like over $3,000. The other one though was, are we, I mean, I guess looking into the consolidation of the number of do we still have the same number of phone lines through Consolidated? And I noticed on the Consolidated bill, it said that they're all going up $3 per line. And have we considered potentially a different service other than that one?
We haven't had time to look into it this week, but it is on our list.
Okay, it's printed on the invoice, and I'm like, I wonder how long that warning has been there, that they're all going up $3 per line at who knows when. It just says they are doing
Well, and
it.
we have a real issue with the consolidated account. I don't know on whose fault that is, but like if you call City Hall at like 4:30, it rolls over to kind of the answering service and it's full. Leave a voicemail, but nobody in City Hall knows how to
Get their messages.
or clear it, so it just rings until it disconnects. and then
They've
it tells
only
you.
been aware of that problem for over a year, but let's not discuss that right now.
And on
The,
Consolidated,
okay,
can y'all also research the fire department building? Because just a few months ago, we
Yep.
had like
we had another bill from,
it was like nearly $2,000 credit. This invoice is only $600, and the services were turned off.
It's for the
So-
Gresham. for the-
Yes.
Yes, the one on
So how
Gresham.
did the credits just disappear? And they should have been a check issued, I would assume, or distributed somehow.
There's also, Chief Miller, and a couple of the invoices that are coming in for, who's the uniform service that y'all use, the name of the companies? Maybe, I'll have to look back through, but there's a request for a PO number, and this maybe goes back to the purchasing policy that y'all are working on cleaning up. But the PO, sometimes an officer will put their name, but there's several of them that say it's for personal. So for appearance's sake, it makes it look like the city is paying for somebody's personal
I
services.
did see that on those.
Yeah, and then there's some that say jacket, one that says like, I don't know, zipper. And I'm like, it needs to be a PO number, like something that's legitimized. Okay, but there is definitely one that says personal. There's another one that I will ask about in executive session. Also, the Bureau Veritas inspection invoices. The only reason why I'm bringing this up is because one of the invoices in there is from a project that was done at my home. And I can tell you, based on personal experience, that was approved, was inspected via a text message picture. Is that normal?
It is.
Yes.
Okay, because it felt super sketch.
No, after
No,
COVID.
After COVID, they started doing that. We
And
use them in Simonton
It
too.
actually speeds up the process.
Okay, I just wanted to
significantly.
double
Yes.
check because I was like, well, look, that was my project, and we were
Right.
concerned because we were without power for like 9 hours.
Right, no, that's.
And then the guy was like,
It really does help expedite for
Okay.
the consumer.
the
because-
electrician was like, well, somebody texted me, said we're good to go, and I'm like,
So just so you know, Bureau Veritas only has 4 inspectors for the entire Houston area.
Of course.
So when they went to that text message, you went from like 2 to 3 days to like 2 to 3 hours.
well, 9, it was fine. Also, this is the first time I'm seeing this, a receipt for purchasing ammo from Academy. Is that normal?
It's happened a couple times.
It's because they had to qualify with their pistols
Okay,
um,
but that's not a regular thing. That's only for the qualification.
once a year.
Okay. And then the full armor gun range has sales tax on it. It says paid with a credit card as well, but it says that the credit card information is unknown. So,
That's a problem. It's been a problem and nobody wants to listen.
Well, we're
Well,
working on that.
We're working on
Or
that.
the way we're
We'll address
solving it is, I won't sign a check if there's sales tax on there.
Well,
So staff's being forced to go back and
the
correct it.
credit card is a problem. The mayor can't use a credit card, but we have people in departments that can authorize
Well, yeah.
$1,500 being spent.
That was my list of notes, so I'm good.
The only other I want to draw council's attention to, there's several invoices in there for the TML annual conference. There were checks cut for that. When they came to me to sign, I realized there was an error. So all those are being voided and reissued.
Okay.
So when you see them again in your next packet, that is why.
So then if we are going to make a motion to approve this, would you like those to be excluded from this list?
Yes, absolutely. Do you want to exclude the one you want to discuss in executive session?
Yes.
So do you want to make the motion to include that?
Sure.
have
Is
the
there any
rest?
others that need to be? I move that we approve invoice and payments with the exclusion of, I'll just say any invoice that still currently has sales tax on it. The invoice for the veterinary hospital and the one for TML checks.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I abstain, Mayor.
Motion carries. Now, agenda item number 17, request for future agenda item. We'll start with you.
None at this time.
Ms. Taylor,
None at this time.
Mr. McAnally.
Nothing at this time.
What?
He just came back from vacation. Y'all don't be hating on him. He'll have some next.
Is done at this time?
Oh, now I'm surprised.
Ms. Branch.
None at
What?
this.
Y'all is clowning. What? I can't believe this.
I think we'll have it.
I know, right?
Agenda item number,
Yes.
go through, so.
agenda item number 18, council reports and community announcements.
None at this time.
Ms. Taylor.
I just want to say welcome back, Raw.
Who?
Welcome back, Royal.
Oh. Mr. McAnally.
I just wanted to publicly say thank you to the EDC for all of the work that's been happening with the parks. I have, I've been out of the country for a while, but I have been receiving Facebook comments and text messages from citizens throughout the city that have been very appreciative of the new amphitheater, the new signage, the upgrades to our parks, and I just really appreciate the EDC taking on that project and following through with it and doing such a fantastic job of putting together the ribbon cutting and everything that's happened with that. So I want to just recognize our EDC for that fine contribution.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Mr. Hill.
Just want to send out the thoughts and prayers on behalf of us as the city. One of our former officers, if y'all are not aware, was shot yesterday by two perps. One has been apprehended. Evidently, the same perp has shot two officers this evening, I was informed just a little bit ago, and is in a standoff at this moment. So Godspeed to those officers, and hopefully they take care of business with the perp.
Please note that the officer
His former,
that
he
was
is
shot last night, that's our former officer, is doing well, has undergone surgery. At first, it came out that he was shot in the head. It's in his upper torso. He is still in serious, critical but serious condition. But he was laughing with his fiance, his twin brother, and I believe his mother, the news stated at 5. So the prayers are being answered, but yes, please continue to pray.
Your turn, Ms. Branch.
Well, I have nothing to say, Mayor, and I know you're
I
surprised.
think y'all just, those two made y'all do this. Okay.
And then Mayor, if we can take a 5-minute recess
Yeah.
before executive.
We usually do.
Could we do 10,
Yeah, for the,
7?
for the smokers.
6.
Negotiation.
So Jeremiah,
You ready? It's, now 11:41. Okay. What are we gonna do now?
Gotta read agenda item.
Number
20? Discussion and possible action regarding items discussed in the executive session, if needed.
Make the motion, we enter into an agreement with Officer Marquez as discussed in executive session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And the next one, the favorite one. Agenda item number 21, adjournment.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You can write that.